Good morning, everyone, and welcome to part 5 of the mostly fresh start Elementalist. So we're level 87. We should easily hit level 100 today, and hopefully start getting some better gear. I guess we can sell a couple things quickly. Okay, drink XP pot, and away we go. Alright, drop a portal here. We'll get the next rift gate, and then we'll come back and finish up Hidden Path. All right, we'll get the Fort Icon Rift 2, and then we can go back and do the Hidden Path. Good morning, Susie. Welcome in. Alright, let's get the interior necropolis rift gate, and then we can come back to Fort Icon and turn in the quests. We can also push a little bit into Forgotten Gods just to get closer for farming purposes to the one area where you have access to the halberds. Good day, welcome in, Viley. Not welcome into the bot. You're getting banned. Got some Craval shoulders while leveling. Nice. Yeah, Cortosian chest is a blue item that you can I feel like, yeah, you pretty reliably get that. It's like Eastern. There are a few of them. Asteria, I draw the line at giving you items on an SSF run. Nothing personal.
Took you long enough. The cult of Cathar. It appears that.
All right, so we're going to just keep pushing. I'm going to leave my skill points unspent for now. Once we hit 94 and get the conduit, we'll be investing in cocktails. So I want to have a few points to at least start using that. We're probably gonna have to sell some more gear pretty soon. Alright. We'll port back to Devil's Crossing, sell some things.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
This is actually, other than the fact that it doesn't have the resistances we need, a decent belt option at some point, but
Highly worth spec.
good morning, Farnsworth. Hmm. How do you go about testing that, Farnsworth? Hmm. Let us know what you figure out on that, Farnsworth. It's always interesting to learn more. Susie, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. You don't use your prime, Bezos wins. Always remember that. +2 primal. Okay, I mean it's a. Probably have to take that as an upgrade, but. What is this? Oh, that's the healing rain. Okay, and this is Giant's Blood. Cool. Yeah, I guess 23k health. You just stand and tank everything that Ligorian throws at you. Doesn't matter really. All right, we got Belgothian's armor and Hell Scourge. Lovely. Exactly the items we want. Four legendaries in this treasure room, all of them useless for our character. Range Primal Strike next. That I don't know about that. We'll see. Okay. Shrew to the Untamed, Ligorian, Shoulders, meh. We're gonna sell most of this stuff. I think I am going to dynamite the legendaries. That seems worth it. Yeah, we got 17 dynamite. We can very easily get more.
You've returned. So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy. Good, you're back. I struggle to admit. You see, the Luminari have long been aware.
Excuse me, my father and I were...
Okay, we got one Eldritch Essence we're dynamiting 5 legendaries. Get rid of the direwolf crest as well. Okay, that's a blood. That's somewhat useful. I mean, low level is Raka. Yeah, we can blow this up. We're never gonna use it. It's another blood. All right. So we got a few things. We're down to 10 dynamite. Anyway, let's finish Hidden Path, and then we can maybe do a little bit of Forgotten Gods for XP and to get in a good farming spot. I probably could be picking up all this stuff, but right now I'm just not in the mood. I will, however, do the totem if I can find it. There we go. And I think there's a shrine in here as well. In fact, I know there's a shrine in here. Canadian guy, welcome in. Specifically wanted to try the Vindictive Flame bonuses on this halberd. I was curious about that. Plus, for regen, Elementalist is just a top tier class. And we're going to go Lightning Cocktail Conduit as well. We're pretty much fully leaning into this concept. Once you realize it wasn't Sunday, that helps. You're taking a while to die. We do have, I mean... I think in general, Vindictive Flame feels pretty good. And obviously that's great for regen, but... and yeah, we will be putting probably more points in this as well. But... I mean, we have a ton of health and we have great regen, so most stuff is just not a concern to us right now. Alright, let's go to Forgotten Gods. We'll side with Salile, I guess. I think just the first node.
You showed Salile does not. Serve the. So, the servant. So, the servants of an.
Oh yeah, let's get our vendor trash from Riggs. And get 10,000 XP. Just for talking to this person. Nice. I like that you don't actually have to buy the merit anymore. Yeah, Magi's on one of his disappearing breaks. I'm trying to remember. Let me check my Grim Tools. I think I might actually just use the Fettin Mask as a placeholder for the +1 skills and such. Well, if we wanted to fight Caligadra, we have the option. So we just got the Essence. Alright, we can go up to Vanguard. Another legendary we don't care about. Yeah, I don't think cold retail war sounds rough to me. I mean, pretty much anything is possible in this game, but I'm struggling to think of the gear support that's going to really make it that good. I mean, Fizz Retail is easy, Lightning Retail is easy, Cold is just not obvious. Obviously, Acid Retail is easy, but not as a warder. What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in. Acid ABB is going well. That's good. That's the Acid ABB gun, right? Alright. Yeah, the bio launcher.
You're looking smug. Can you? I can only pour back and.
Serve the...
Well, good.
Serve the...
So, welcome in, Kibitz. Just saw you popped in.
Greetings.
All right, so we'll get the we'll finish this quest line, get to the end, and get to the point where we can farm the halberd.
Yes, travel.
Okay, kill the messenger. We'll do that eventually.
I smell that. The witch gods are united.
Alright, there's a pretty good chance that if we get a drop, it's not going to be a full level 94 at this point, but we'll still go through anyway. We're like, what, level 92.5 right now? Incompetence and carelessness is part of the human condition, though, Kibitz. Doesn't mean it's not alright to be frustrated about it, but alright, no halberds this time. Or at least not the one I care about. I really do like the new proc logos. It's so much more clear what devotion is procking, so there's never any confusion. Alright, we don't actually have that quest here. Force of habit, but we can still exit out and get the next rift. Yeah. We Americans are good for junk food. Yeah, that is annoying, Kibitz and Viley. Yeah, it's it took a minute to figure out what the new logos were, but once you see them, it's a lot more clear now. So after the brief learning curve ended, it made life a lot better. So I remember at one point, I think something like a ghoul proc looked identical to something else that had nothing to do with ghoul. You wonder if they finally made Nico not random? That would be interesting. Very interesting indeed. Oh, yeah, we forgot to get the name stash quest, so we have to go back for that. Oh, well. We still, yeah, we're still need to go up a little further.
Please, just
Alright, so do that, then we'll go up and get the next rift gate, and then we can get Nane's stash. Level 92. Damn. Alright. Looks like we need to sell some stuff again. Alright, level 93.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Let's craft a black tallow so we can do the Heart of Darkness. Oh. Somehow I accidentally summoned a portal in Devil's Crossing, so we have to do this the fun way. Yeah. Chill spikes to proc something never feels very good in my opinion. Yeah, while we're here, we might as well just, I don't think... Oh no, looks like we did unlock Hidden Path on Ultimate, because we had the Rune Stone from prior difficulties, but... So I'm going to kill Caraxus and get the next Rift Gate. I'm not going to chug an XP pot because I want to reset and do a bit of... Actually, you know what? We'll reset and then we'll chug the XP pot, and that'll give us a chance to farm a few things. All right, let's see if we get a halberd. It's still early, so they could drop a 92 halberd, but it's worth a quick run just to see if we get lucky. Because I mean, they can drop the 94. So I think it's 50-50 at this point. Any weapon upgrade is going to be good, so yeah. Yeah, Ring of Steel would have a chance to proc on anything it hits. Well, you don't even have the halberd, so I'm not going to bother killing you guys. So let's reset. Let's just continue a bit of Ashes of Malmoth. Got 19 blooms, so not a lot. Alright, we'll drop a portal, we'll come back. We are going to get to Nemesis with Beasts, but we are nowhere near there yet. We are level 93, so... I mean, you can definitely hit Nemesis with Beasts before you hit level 94, but there's no real need to. Like, it's very much easy enough to avoid, even on an SSF run where you're doing multiple playthroughs. Warder is very solid for retail, yeah. And for Lightning, you go Warder. For Fizz, you probably go Warder. I think you can do Warlord as well, but Warlord is more physical, and Sentinel for acid is pretty good. But as far as I know, that's kind of the meta. Lightning Warder, Fizz Warlord, Acid Sentinel. I'm sure there are some other options, but those seem like the main ones.
Whatever it is you think you're doing, if you seek a path, Ulgrim, what you I
Oh, Lightning Archon, sure. That's fair. Alright, we're level 94. I guess that means we have to start farming Gallus as well. So that'll be fun. So if we want to farm Valexteria, we either have to keep going in Malmouth or we drop down to Elite to do it. I don't mind dropping down to Elite, but... Main Alpha Horn, okay. Shieldbreaker is one of those classes that sounds awesome in theory, but I find myself being let down by it quite often. Fire Retail might be interesting, though. I want to say it's probably Sustain on Shieldbreaker that I have the most trouble with. Infernal Brimstone makes sense. Yeah, that for that specific concept, it's not gonna have those issues. That's true, Viley. That was more of a general statement. There's a spider walking down the wall in front of my laptop. Yeah, 14 blast shield, and if you're able to reset the cooldown on that, that's kind of crazy.
You strike me. All right.
Good old Archmage Alexander. You're minding your own business and he just drops a giant meteor on your head. Very rude. Yeah, dropping on your head from off screen seems particularly rude.
I am so pleased.
Alright, we're level 94 officially. Yeah, if you can't tell your meteor versus his, that's that's a bit of a problem.
The altar of Ratosh is a... Now that you have ever since the yes, deep beneath.
All right. So It's time for our first 5 conduit crafts, guys. Let's see what happens. How many of these can we even craft? Is the other... They only have 38 serrated spikes. Acid canister bomb. Cold thermite mine. Cold thermite mine. Lightning cocktail. Okay, 4. That was actually really not bad. Bleeding res as the secondary isn't great, but whatever, it's fine. Welcome in, Asimov. Yeah, 4 crafts for the conduit is very, very reasonable. All right, let's for now we'll change this up, I'm sure, but we'll change our augments and everything. But for now, we'll throw the ectoplasm on, and I think we lose a little bit of OA on this. Obviously, we're gonna put more points in this, but yeah, it looks fun. Let me just check my build concept. I think we use Fet and Mask. Oh. I'll link this in chat as well. Yeah, so we use Fet and Mask. And some of this other stuff is random legendaries. They might be hard to find. We might, even though we're going to do a bit longer of an SSF run than normal to see how close we can get to getting all this other stuff, we might still end up having to settle with some items. All right, so let's grab the Fet and Mask then. For now, I think we'll keep the Wardstone. This is going to be swapped out for something later, but Vindictive Flame is hard capped now. I think it dropped Blast. I'm going to keep Blast Shield at 10 for the moment because I want to put points elsewhere, but I think we want to get that back to 14. And let's see if we what else we can maybe pull some points from. If anything, keep this soft capped. Keep this soft capped. Yeah, this can stay soft capped as well. And we can put legitimate points into Cocktail. There we go. Gets a bit more radius. Alright, let's find Silvaria. Get us a few blooms as well while we're at it. We can also farm one Gallus ring without having to reset the game. And we're level... And I want to try to get to level 100, because once we're 100, stuff will actually mostly drop full level 94 gear. Alright, so yeah, 4 conduits, really not bad for our purposes. Four conduits to get the one we wanted. Really hard to complain about that RNG. It's actually really pretty good RNG. Eventually we'll get Serenity, but we're not there yet. Okay. Silvaria's here. Alright, let's still get some blooms. You know, the funny thing on the SSF run is something like the 3 serrated spikes we needed to craft the whetstone for the conduit might actually have been our bottleneck if we had had rough RNG. But I think you can craft serrated spikes if I'm remembering correctly, so that may not have actually been a problem. We might, trying to think, we might go Wraith Scream for the, at least two of the ring augments. Hey, welcome in, Morndale. We got the Lightning Cocktail Conduit, only took four crafts. So, we're feeling pretty good about that. Bleed res is what it rolled with, which isn't amazing, but, you know, life goes on. That's a very confused living ring for a triple rare. Thunderstruck a Void Fire. Alright. Yeah, this is regen Elementalist, Morndale.
Have you found the good? Look,
Let's see. Base regen right now, 30. It's like 3,800. And Farnsworth does bring up a valid point. What I feel good about is not necessarily entertaining for chat. Chat wants to watch my soul die as, you know, we have to keep bloom farming and farming for iron bits to be able to afford more conduits. It's like that was a one time in Max's stream. I think he was trying to get, was it Cold RF or something like that? And I think he went through like 20 conduits and either to get it or didn't get it. And he swore that he'd never do a conduit build again. Which was fantastic for chat, but terrible for him. Ooh, we got a Hyrian. This is a good one. Check the phys res on it, I guess. Alright, we actually probably don't need to pick up items for iron bits anymore. So our main concern was needing money for conduits, and that is now no longer a thing. 2 million iron is more than enough for Serenity and the other stuff that we would want. In fact, just turn off rares, do only MIs now. Yeah, relic bonuses are rough. As a matter of policy, I just don't worry about relic bonuses because it's just way too expensive to craft that many relics. I mean, I can understand for some builds why you might want it, but if I need a specific relic bonus, that build is just not for me. Alright, mediocre phys res roll. Burn roll is decent. I have enough Hyrians in item assistant. I'm not gonna worry about keeping that. Lights Defender, we just maybe we dynamite the legendaries. But yeah, 2100 iron is pretty solid. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break to let my dog out and give her breakfast, and I will be back in a few. And we are back. Shirley has been fed. Alright, we'll do the coven quests. Okay, we're revered, very nice. Yeah, looking at Farnsworth saying 5 relics per character, you understand that's 75 Wendigo spirits per character for me. There's no way. There's absolutely no way I'm doing that. Alright, let's push forward a bit into Malmouth, get closer to level 100. I like running Ancient Grove too, but not enough to get all the components you need for relic crafting. Wait, where's the... Oh, there we go. Yeah, my the sun is coming through my window at an awkward angle again, so yeah. Did not find the mythical storm heart for a second. Yeah, it's rough. The worst was fighting Voldrak with the sun in my eye and just not being able to see what he's doing.
Is that you, Mother? And in Fort Ulgrim? Yes, student mount I see.
$10K at level 50 is pretty solid, yeah.
Good, just you're right, of course. Oh, to the north.
let's see how the blue zombie thing goes with not being able to see the screen particularly well. Okay, blue zombie, any chance? No. Let's try the second location. Alright, you're not spawning there, which means you've got to be in the third and final. Which is always fun. I'm trying not to get the zombie to spawn while I'm in combat, which is just makes this fight a little more awkward. Okay, there's a zombie. Oh god, don't. Okay. Okay, we got the zombie. Give the gift so we don't have to just worry about accidentally selling Sedina's memento or anything. Perfect. That's done. We can do the Barrow Home questline, I guess, now. Guess at least one more Wendigo spirit, and then we can look into crafting Serenity.
A blessed welcome.
And I think once this XP pot runs out, we could still get screwed over with level 92 stuff, but I think it's time that we start doing some serious farming. And what's our current eye level? 68. I mean, yeah. Eye level 68 at level 96 is not great. $97. I mean, I suppose we could just push to 100 as well, and then farm. Alright, 2 more pit creepers. We are done in here, although we can check to see if there's a totem back here as well.
A blessed well.
I am thoroughly. We've always had 10.
Normal done, nice.
I don't know who you.
Alright, that's a free Wendigo spirit for that quest. Might get some Wendigo spirits from the Wendigo bosses they have us farm, but that's not a guarantee. I mean, it's Elementalist with Tree and Behemoth Morndale. It's not that crazy.
Have you dealt with that pest yet? So you did then. The Ravager is the Ravager.
I think this boss can also be a little further north, maybe? There we go. healer needs to die. So many healers.
The stench of rot. As these should say, it is Ravager. I do not know what I had done to scorn. A massive burden. Who shall see his brash?
Yeah, welcome in, Prickly Brisky. All right, so we'll get to the next Rift Gate, and then we'll reset. We'll do some farming.
good, eh? I don't know what. So this is what's. Yeah. You're serious. They really.
Alright, might as well wait for the XP pot to run out so we can at least complete the first quest. Maybe we won't turn it in. True, Viley. I did not watch PogChamps, no. It's like the streamer chess thing, right? I feel like the chess is not the best in that. I mean, who's even coaching the people this time around? For low elo, players' matches were insane. Eh. Fair. It's just I'm watching coverage of the candidates tournament, and if they were, I think PogChamps would be fun if there wasn't if there wasn't anything else going on. Just because you can watch some crazy. You can see someone find an insane move and then make a one-move game-ending blunder the next turn, which is interesting. But I've spent enough time watching the candidates that's about all the chess media I can take. Okay, I know Levy. It's morning here, so good morning, afternoon, evening. That's 8:41.
I was beginning to lose my read.
Okay, so that's let's do a little farming. Oh, what's my all right, so obviously Pyroclasm Mark is best in slot here for the Vindictive Flame bonuses. But let's see if we get a slightly better halberd at least. Tournament average on the good games was 83. That's pretty good for low elo, definitely. All right, no halberds here. I guess Gallus is the other main thing to farm at this point. Decaying of the Wild. It's difficult to express how absolutely appallingly bad that roll is for me. All right, you know what? Let's make Serenity. Let's at least get something done for the build on this run. Basically, at the very least, double useful. So, resistances, OA, DA, possibly lightning damage, things of that nature. We got an impervious of readiness or something like that. That would be fantastic. Okay. We need Wendigo Spirit. Missives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We need a leathery hide. We need a whetstone. Ballistic plating. . And now fortitude. Wait, we need another resilient plating for that. Fortitude into fortress. Wait, do we have the ancient hearts? No. To citadel is going to require 4 more ancient hearts. We have to go to the necropolis dude to get more ancient hearts. Okay. Yeah, this is it's SSF, except we don't reset. It's not a full account reset, so theoretically we still have access to blueprints. Though, you know, we're not going to craft a set or anything like that. It's just more of a. I'm not going to refarm relic blueprints and things like that. So you could do the full reset, but it's just. I switch back and forth between playing actual builds and doing SSF so much that it's more trouble than it's worth for me. Ancient Heart. Okay, Tainted Brain Matter, 10, okay. Alright, now we can craft Citadel and Serenity. Yeah, so since you can grab components from shared stash, I'm kind of careful about trying to make sure that we don't accidentally do that, because, like, as you can see, we've got what? How many ancient hearts do we have? Oh, we only have 102, but yeah, that still would be more than enough if it could very easily accidentally pull from stash. So I try to monitor what's actually in my inventory. Okay, Citadel, 9 ancient hearts, ancient armor plate, which we should. I mean, we have to have a bunch of those. Yeah, okay, there they are. Leathery hide, which I crafted, and Serenity. And we have the Killerian Soul, which is nice. Okay, and what did we roll with? Extra elemental res? That's kind of whatever. Bottom of the barrel health roll, good chaos roll, good decent aether roll. Alright. Fine, fine. We lose a little bit of damage. But, yeah. It's, yeah, completion bonus is random. Alright, well, we have Serenity at least.
Let me clear your mind of regret. Farewell.
Now we,
Your mind of regret.
Alright. Blast Shield you want at 10 or 14, so we'll keep that at 10 for the moment. Yeah, we already had +1 Shaman on our old relic, so that's not going to matter. We can get... All this damage is getting converted, so... Makes Cocktail a bit better. Lightning Cocktail looks so cool. Alright, so Halberd and Gallus Ring. And I guess we can farm Moneybags Martin a bit as well for his metal, but I don't care as much about that. Because my, if we get the legendary metal that I want, which is obviously luck dependent, we're going to drop whatever Martin Crest. So yeah, the third note of cocktail is it's reduced targets resistances, so it's all it's flat all resistance. So yeah, it'll shred lightning res. Alright, any of you guys want to have storm halberds this time? No. No. Alright. Let's go find Gallus. We got the Conduit, we got the Fettin Mask, we got Serenity, so we have 3 very solid upgrades already. We have plenty of time for the rest. Mighty of Shattered Reality. Gallus disappoints yet again. I'm going to do the Ethereal Essence quest. Sometimes the boss can drop a shoulder. That's a decent placeholder. Not this time, however. Oh, I don't even have Ulo on anything. Wow, that's... yeah, you know what happened? I changed out my metal and, yeah, okay. That's... I assumed he was just talking about Red Shred Morndale. Alright, let's do a little more Halberd and Gallus farming. These guys do not want to drop that halberd right now. And Gallus does not seem to want to drop a good ring. Maniacal of Alacrity. It's just so bad. Alright. Yeah, we're level 99. I'm not bothering with an XP pot, even though we could use it.
I've spoken with Corinia. Corinia has informed me of an old resistance out.
Yeah, we'll just push a little bit further into Malmouth, and then we'll do some more farming.
The outpost is up. Resistance have attended.
There you are. Well, this
You know, totem. It's always worth checking.
Well, good. Still.
Fubik, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Got the Evanda's memory quest. So our good RNG with the conduit is being offset by our getting legendaries that are completely worthless for us, but I mean, to be fair, that's just Grim Dawn in general. There's so many legendaries that you're farming for future characters usually, which doesn't quite work on SSF when you need specific drops or hope for specific drops. We can work our way around basically every legendary drop we don't get, but they do have some nice skill points and other benefits for us. So we will do some farming for that. Okay, hang on. Thunderstruck of the Wolf, Pierce Aether Elemental, Bleed Res, Physique Cunning, Reduce Stun Duration, 105% Lightning damage and 107% Electrocute damage, and +3 Raging Tempest. These are going on basically right away. Just need to. I'm gonna get to Crown Hill first, and then we will probably swap these out. Those are insane shoulders for SSF. I'm Iron Maiden has the +3 to cocktail and the Fizz Res. Which does Iron Maiden have health as well? Yeah, let's just get to Crown Hill, and then we can get some gear upgrades. So that was a really nice drop. Okay, we are now level 100.
Good work out there. You can move right on. I believe it.
Captain Wilford, I'm talking about the Black Iron Docks, over on the western side of...
Alright, Black Iron Docks. Give Yvonne her item. And let's just do the Black Iron Docks quickly. Then we can put those shoulders on.
Was the mission a success? Back before the city fell.
Alright, let's go to Devil's Crossing. We're going to put the Ascendant Pauldrons on. Keep that on. +3 Raging Tempest. This RR is really nice, so very happy to get that. Obviously, we have a lot more that we can put into Mog Pact. I'm going to kind of keep the skill points for now. See what other skill point bonuses we get, and let's see these. We also had level 94 boots that we could put on that I've been lazy about. So where are they? +2 Primal Strike, and I think this is going to be less health, but it's more armor. And we lose slow res, but we gain freeze res. We get a little bit of DA instead of OA, and we get way more damage. So. Alright, Kingsguard powder was on that one, so... It's my Mark of the Traveler. Hi, Miso. Welcome in. Sometimes these components just hide on you in plain sight. Okay, there we go. Fine. That's taken care of. Throw Kingsguard powder. And throw one on the Ascendant Pauldrons as well. Yeah, we probably don't even... We don't need the Pierce at all, but, Alright, so Gaullus Rings and Halberds. Let's, And we can get the other U quest from Coven just while we remember that that's a thing once we talk to Ulgrim in Crown Hill. We're not going to finish Malmouth at this time, but maybe it is worth doing the council. And Valexteria. See if she drops a good level 94 chess piece that we can use. Yeah. I mean, we can set this up to go to the end of Malmouth. We don't have to do it right away, though. And then we can work on farming the halberd and Gaullus Rings. Hamel Arms Express Creator. I have no idea what you're talking about, Muso. No idea. It happens. Druids of Thunder. +2 to Primal Strike. Interesting. This... Hold on. Oh, that is actually level 94. So the armor value felt a little bit low, but I guess that's right. Okay. Druids of Thunder we can probably work with. Let's see, that's more poison res, more chaos res, better slow res, +2 to Primal Strike. OA, we lose some health, but we can kind of afford that. And that is a ton of lightning damage. That is probably going to go on. But we will... We'll destroy the third exhaust vent. We're not going to go in and fight Theoden right now, but just have the quest done for the future.
Have the councilmen been good? With them gone, Malmouth can begin to heal of the atrocity.
Alright, so Druids of Thunder. Throw on the Kingsguard powder. Chains of Oleron somewhere. There we go. It's a crazy amount of extra damage. Okay, so Halberd and Gallus Ring, we have a definite upgrade. The shoulder is pretty spectacular. Druids of Thunder is a pretty solid roll for the Valexteria. We get higher level Dreeg Pants at some point, but in an ideal world, we'll get a legendary. So, and yeah, the Martin Crest could be better, but I think the priority is going to be the Halberd and the Gallus Rings. So let's reset and just keep farming. We've already made good progress today. We got the conduit on the 4th roll. We got Serenity, which is just a matter of crafting it. And we got the Fettin Mask. And we got some very nice shoulders and a pretty solid, but I mean, it's not an amazing roll on the chest, but it's good enough that I'm probably not going to try to get something better. All right, Viley, enjoy the band practice. Thanks for dropping by. See you next time. Menacing of Scorching. That is not a good roll. All right, let's see if Martin wants to drop us something better. Internet keeps crashing. Unfortunately, that is it's unfortunate. Hope you get that sorted out, Miso. This internet crashing repeatedly is never fun. Ordered a... oh, no. Thunderstruck of attack. Okay, that I can work with. Dermeister. Yeah, the OA. I mean, we're still in the farming respectable gear. We also have options to do something about OA too. So, like, we probably are going to drop Ulo. This is what elemental res, health energy, life leech res, and the fix our OA a bit with Korvac. This would just be more damage. I don't know if we necessarily need that. But yeah, there are other options for fixing OA. Can get the Foot of Manticore as a bit of OA. It's not special though. Yeah, tree requires 20, right? Yeah, so if we drop Ulo, take Korvac, we could only get 2 in Altos. I'm not sure if that's worth it. But yeah, we have some options. No, we didn't kill Lokar. We're doing a bit of a longer SSF run this time to see if we can get lucky with a few legendaries. Anyway, I'll throw the Wardstone on. Throw this back on. Look at, and just like that, 2551 OA. Let's see. And I think we are going to get rid of Ulo. I like Ulo as a devotion a lot, but I feel like on a regen heavy build, you're going to out regen a lot of the debuffs and things anyway. So drop that. Take Korvac. I am curious what. This is up to level 12, so it's nothing special. We could get basically 50 flat away and some lightning damage from Ultos. Would also take 80 lightning damage, 20 away from spear, plus 5% health from the crossroads. Yeah, maybe we do this. Our damage is a lot higher. OA is up to about 2700, and we'll get more OA eventually too. So yeah, the build feels a little sturdier now. Physique will give us some more health and DA as well. So yeah. Gaulish Ring and Storm Halberd. We still have other stuff to farm and improve on, but those are going to be the main priorities. We still have 23k health. We'll get a better movement skill eventually, but I think we need a rare component from Forgotten Gods for that. Jeez, we are striking out in terms of storm halberds. Let's go for Gallus. I mean, it's not a bad roll. It's... Suffix is kind of but could be worse at least. Okay, are these guys just cursed? 'Cause I haven't seen a single Storm Halberd in like 5 runs. Mystic of attack. Alright, this might be the worst RNG I've ever seen getting a Storm Albert from those guys. see. Maybe 7th time is the charm for this Storm Halberd. Okay, but it's probably gonna be like some crap of corrosion or something. Okay, you know what? Thunderstruck of Alacrity. I'm not going to complain about that. All right, you gave me a decent item game. Fair enough. We definitely don't need the purified salt anymore. Let's go Potent Creed's Cunning. Yeah, this is it, right? Alright, so it's a little less percent damage, but that's a ton of OA as well, and it's more health. Let's see, what, okay, we have like no freeze res, no petrify res, no trap, well, a little bit of trap res, Seal of Resonance might not be a terrible choice here. It's percent elemental. I'd rather have Fizz the Lightning in an ideal world, but what's that? It's that Seal of Skies. But that's casting speed, which doesn't do much for me. I'll leave the component off for now. Alright, somehow we lost Vitality Res. I don't know exactly how that happened. You kind of have... I think you kind of have to live with it. You don't have a ton of... I think the only thing you really have that supports armor in the entire build is probably Oak Skin. We may... I don't know if we'll do Diamond or Titan Plating. If we do Titan Plating, it gets us a bit more armor at least. I think there's a Vit-Res augment from Malmoth.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Yeah, Wound Seer. Alright, we'll at least throw the Vit-Res augment on the mask. We don't have overcap, so I'll work on that, but it's something. Anyway, let's reset, and now we can just we have Thunderstruck of Alacrity, which is a good enough halberd, so we'll farm Gallus. I mean, OA is up to 2,800. GA is still pretty rough, but at least we're on the path to getting some improvements here. Void Touched of Supremacy. Fantastic. Not really. Internet's back. Welcome back, Miso. Assume you meant to say internet. Do a little totem or two as well. I probably wouldn't be licensed to do business in Europe anyway, Miso, so couldn't help you out. Dealing with EU regulators is not my idea of a good time. Pretty sure that there's no totem here. We'll try Necropolis because there's a guaranteed spawn. That's broadly fair, Kibitz. Some people I like dealing with, though. people you're not aligned with can be annoying to deal with, though. Alright, no decent drops. Let's reset. Wanderer's Gauss Ring of the Slith. That's just pretty much just straight bad, right? Yeah. Do a couple of totems. And the Gauss Ring. Okay. So we are looking for kind of random legendary drops, which we may just have to do SR for, but I was hoping to get a bit more DA before I run into SR. Speaking of common drops. Romance, fantasy, good times. Yeah, at the moment, I do not do romance in my writing. Yeah, that I think is completely reasonable, Miso. And like, if it serves the story or if it makes sense in the story, I think by all means, it's completely fine. And there are plenty of examples of it done well. But I also think it's good to be able to tell a story without depending on that stuff. A couple totems, then reset. Yeah, there's plenty of work where the point is the romance. And if that's what you like, there are plenty of novels that do that very well. Look, some people want romance in a fantasy setting, and basically want a romance novel in a fantasy world. Which, if that's what you want, there are authors out there, pretty sure, who deliver that. Romantasy is a descriptor for a reason. I think my general view is if people are reading books, I'm happy. I'm not going to really criticize what they're reading. I might criticize the books because I think they're bad, but that doesn't mean everyone else has to hate them. Yeah, and I think I see that with some of the series I've read on, say, like Kindle Unlimited and things like that, where the plot could have been wrapped up sooner, but I don't mind that terribly, because a lot of the times I'm reading something on you know a Kindle Unlimited type book where you pay your month subscription, then you have unlimited access to reading. I'm reading those books while I'm riding the bike, so they're kind of there to pass the time. As long as they're at least passable entertainment, it's fine. But yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of fantasy also, even if it's good, could be could be condensed by 25%. You know, instead of having five, instead of having five 900-page novels, you could have five 700-page novels, and they would probably be better. But if the writer has enough imagination and the characters are decent enough, I kind of put up with it. This is how I view it. Yeah, and there's a difference between stretching it for the sake of stretching it, which is when it's really detrimental, and what I would call the typical fantasy stretch where they add a bit because I think in a lot of cases it's the author's really is attached to certain ideas and wants to include them. The author might even, especially if someone's created their own world and there's stuff that they think is cool that they want to put into the book. They'll, like I said, instead of having a 900-page novel, it could be a 700-page novel that would probably be better. But as long as they're doing a decent job, the 900-page novel is still readable. But yeah, if it gets to the point where what you're saying is that it's just the book stops being enjoyable, or the series stops being enjoyable because they just add a bunch of stuff for the sake of adding it, and you're like, all right, come on, guys, wrap it up. Yeah, I think like if the author's doing it to sell more books, but and I suppose with something like Kindle Unlimited, you're actually paid by the page, so that does probably have some bad incentives. Well, you're paid by page read, so if people stop reading, you don't get paid. So I guess you're incentivized to write as many pages as you can while still writing something that people want to read. And since it does involve that second caveat that people have to want to continue reading, I think it's probably okay. Mighty of Readiness, that's not horrible. OADA, it's we're going to keep farming Gallus and see if he gives us something better, but of Readiness is at least an affix. Oh, we're so used to going around this way. Last few times the totem was there. It's going to be one of these other two spawn locations this time. Okay. some of the complaining about I don't know which complaining specifically you've heard. I will say some of the complaining about the last Stormlight Archive book is justified, in my opinion. Yeah, okay, so elemental damage, attack speed, Aether, Elirez, Torrent, Storm Surge, Brute Force versus Ulzwin's Wrath. I mean, this actually not an obvious. It's more armor, but I don't know if that's really enough to justify. I'm probably not going to make any gear upgrades between now and the couple minutes before we end stream, so this is the current state of Grim Tools for the build. And I'm going to take a quick look now and see who's on that I can send you guys over to. Grim Dawn. Anyone? I don't know any of these people, so I don't really want to send you to complete strangers that I haven't vetted at this time. But that seems like a fitting punishment, Kibitz. But yeah. And I think that is a reasonable, not going on an AI rant, but expressing a suitable amount of disdain for AI. Yeah, I am. Yeah, yeah. Like Sanderson's gonna charge the same for the last book of the Stormlight Archive, even if it was 300 pages shorter and a bit less ambitious. So like, yeah, he's not writing oversized books for the money. I'm sure there are there are some of the projects that he works on. You know, he has essentially a printing company that does special editions of Wheel of Time and others. Like that's absolutely being done for the money. But if he's providing a good product that people like, I have nothing against that, and I haven't heard anything negative about it. But yeah, Sanderson at this point is basically his own empire. Fortunately, I do think he uses his power for good in many cases. And even if I don't agree with everything he's doing, I think on balance he is a net positive for writers. Not to mention, the guy puts his lectures on fantasy writing online for free and has a bunch of free resources that are actually really valuable if you want to get into writing. So I think very much a net positive at this point. And plus, I enjoy most of his work, even if I thought the last of the Stormlight books left a few things to be desired. It did still do some things quite well. Wait, what? Raynon is not on, is he? No. All right. I'm gonna let you guys find your own entertainment, but I appreciate everyone hanging out. Tomorrow is going to be a lot more farming and trying to get better gear for this character, and maybe seeing if we get lucky with some of the legendaries that ideally would fit into this build pretty well. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, if we don't get lucky with legendaries, we'll probably just do some MI farming to get ourselves a passable version of things. But that'll be the goal. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.